Hit finally.
Look at me.
Sorry, your mic. Oh, okay.
The chief whip of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is the chamber set?
The chamber have been set since.
Order, distinguished colleagues, votes and proceedings. Page 4007, 4008, 4009, 4010. Page 4011, page 4012, 4013, 4015, 4016, 4017, 4018, 4019, 4020. Page 4021, 4022, 4023, 4024, 4025, 4026, 4027, 4028, 4029, 4030. Page 4031, 4032, 4033, 4034, 4035, 4036, 4037, 4038, 4039, 4040. Page 4041, 4042, 4043, 4044, 4045, 4046, 4047, 4048, 4049, 4050. Page 4051, 4052, 4053, 4054, 4055, 4056, 4057, 4058, 4059, 4060. Page 4061, 4062, 4063, 4064, 4065, 4066, 4067, 4068, 4069, 4070. Page 4071, 4072, 4073, 4074, 4075, 4076, 4077, 4078, 4079, 4080. Page 4081, 4082, 4083, 4084, 4085, 4086, 4087, 4088, 4049, 4089, 4090. Page 4091, 4092, 4093, 4094, 4095, 4096, 4097, 4098, page 4099. Distinguished Senator B.K. Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. My respected colleagues, my name is Senator B.K. Amos. I represent the people of Gombe South. I rise to move that the vote and proceedings of Tuesday, the 12th April 2022 be adopted. I so move.
Distinguished Senator Kuala Balogun.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Kola Balogun. I represent Oyo South Senatorial District. I rise to second the motion as ably moved by Senator Amos that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 12th April 2022 be approved. I so second.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 12th day of April 2022 be approved, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 12th April 2022 is hereby approved. Letter from Senator Einaya Harcourt Abaribe, the minority leader. You know, slowly but surely. Your Excellency, notice of interactive meeting. My dearest colleagues, the Executive Governor of Bauchi State and Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Bala Mohammed, CON, would love to meet with the PDP Senate caucus members as follows. Date: Wednesday, 13th April 2022. That is today. Time: 9 p.m. prompt. Venue: number 7 Ghana Street, Maitama, Abuja House 5A. All members should note that the time stated is to accommodate our Muslim brethren who normally break their fast between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. All inconveniences are highly regretted. Signed, Senator Einaya Abaribe, Minority Leader. Petitions. Petition Senator Adiola Solomon Olamilekon, Lagos West.
As at now. Thank you, Mr. President. Adiola Solomon Olamilekon, representing Lagos West.
As for now.
Mr. President, I have a petition from my constituents. The petition is related to unlawful blacklisting by Mr. Fasheni Joshua Adetono, whose BVN has been blacklisted by the Sterling Bank PLC. And the claim was that there were fraudulent activities on an account operated by this said constituent of mine. And he has since approached the Senate for these to be treated, and there is no judicial remedy being sought by my constituent.
Well, since the petitioner is not seeking any judicial remedy, you may lay the petition. The petition is referred to the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions to report back within 4 weeks. Petition, distinguished Senator Kola Balogun.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a petition from one of my constituents by the name of Dr. Babatunde Agbe, an academic and a facilitator to National Open University of Nigeria. This gentleman has done some services for the National Open University, the services for which he has not been paid. He has done all he could, and to the best of my knowledge, I think that some people who are trying to frustrate him is therefore inviting the Senate to please intervene and rescue him from this injustice. I so submit, Mr. President.
Is he seeking any judicial remedy? You may let the petition then. The petition is referred to the Committee on Ethics, Privileges and Public Petitions to report back within 4 weeks. Any more petitions? Leader of the Senate. Point of order, Senator Hezekiah Dimka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I want to come under Order 42, personal explanation, Mr. President.
You may proceed, please.
Although there may be no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forth, nor may debate arise upon the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the President of the Senate when his leave to make it is sought. Mr. President, with your permission.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to bring to the notice of this chamber that in my state, to be precise, my constituency, that's Plateau Central, actions of bandits are very much around again. In Kanam local government, where we have 4 communities overrun by bandits, the Senate note with deep concern the horrendous attack on several communities in Kanam local government on Sunday, 10th April 2022, including Karam, Dongur, Gembu, Kukawa, Yelwa, Dada, Wanka, and Shuwaka, with over 107 people killed in one day. All these people, the corpses were buried just on Monday morning, 170. Further note that the attack has led to displacement of thousands of people now in IDP camps without shelter, care, and livelihood. Concerned that the attackers came on over 70 bikes in Dogus with assault rifles, killing everyone at sight, including pregnant women, children, and the elders. Mr. President, I will have some prayers today. We condemn in strong terms the terror attacks on communities in Plateau State and urge the military high command and the IGP to secure the communities from threats of further attacks. Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and FEMA to provide immediate relief to the IDPs. Observe a 1-minute silence in honor of victims of the terror attacks. These are my prayers, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, distinguished Senator Hezekiah Dimka. Since you have come under our standing order 42, which is personal explanation, this subject is not open to debate. You may sit down, please. Let me condole with people and government of Plateau State, particularly your senatorial district, where the killings by the bandits took place. These killings are one too many. We totally condemn these killings, but beyond condemnation, we want to urge our security agencies to double their effort to ensure that they fish out these bandits who murdered innocent citizens, and for us in the National Assembly, and indeed this administration, the security of lives and property will continue to be the most important purpose of our government. And we owe this to Nigerians, and therefore we shouldn't stop at anything to secure the lives of our citizens. With this, I want us to observe a 1 minute silence as our colleague requested of us. 1 minute silence. May the souls of our departed compatriots rest in perfect peace. Amen. Point of order, distinguished Senator Emmanuel Okejeff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okejeff. I represent Benue Northwest. Mr. President, I also come under Order 42 of our standing rules. 42, personal explanation. If I may read, or just take it as read.
Take it as read to shorten the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like has been underscored by my brother, Senator Dimka, those who have listened to the news, or those who listened to the news yesterday, may have heard that similar attacks occurred in Benue communities. Around 9 o'clock on Monday, armed bandits rained terror on 2 communities in Benue State, Tier 2 in Taka local government and Badwem in Goma local government, leading to the death of at least 25 persons. As we speak, Mr. President, some people are yet unaccounted for, and we may still have a high figure of fatalities in respect to these attacks. 2 weeks back, or less than 2 weeks back, similar attacks occurred in another local government known as Gwe West local government, also in my senatorial district. That led to the death of at least 10 persons. So it looks like Benue again has been targeted, especially along the border communities. And thousands of people were already in IDP camps before now. So you can imagine with these recent attacks, you have more people going into IDP camp in a state that is known as the food basket of the nation. So this is very worrisome. And even though it's not a motion, I think it will not be out of place to seek that the NEMA turn their attention once again to Benue so that those who are suffering will have their sufferings alleviated. I think that is more important to us, especially with the Attorney General, Inspector General too, turning his attention more to that. If we do that, we may not require 1 minute prayer again. Thank you.
What did you say about the 1 minute prayer?
For those who have died, maybe for the souls of those who have died, I request for 1 minute prayer.
It's not maybe, definitely because of them. We'll observe the 1 minute prayer. Thank you very much, distinguished Jeff. Because you have come under our standing order 42, which is personal explanation. This subject is not open to debate. However, like I've said before, in the case of the Kanam and Wase killings, this is something that we have to continue to fight until we get the solution. And for us as a legislature, we have to continue to talk about these issues so long as they happen and they persist. Because this is where it is supposed to be discussed. So let's not get tired of discussing issues that affect the people that we represent. And as part of the government, we have to continue to support every possible effort like we have done so far and so well to fight against the activities of terrorists and bandits and insurgents. I believe that this is something that we can win with dogged determination to fight in order to protect the lives and property of our citizens. Having said this, let me also re-echo that NEMA should always be available with some kind of support, necessary and needed support for communities where such mishaps happen. And this one cannot be different. Let's observe a minute's silence in respect of those who lost their lives. May the souls of our departed compatriots rest in perfect peace. Amen. Point of order, distinguished Senator George Thompson Sekibo.
Mr. President, this is Order 42. Permit me to read, sir. By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make a personal explanation. Although there be no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debate arise upon the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the Senate President when his leave to make it a source. Mr. President, I'm worried.
No, you are worried. What is it about first? Because you didn't tell me anything about it. Yes.
The content of the personal explanation read by the first senator and then the second senator. Your Excellency, 170 persons under 48 hours, 25 persons under a few hours. It is not a personal explanation. It is a national explanation. Because what is happening is not just on me or on him.
How does Senator Sekimo, how does the personal explanation that you are trying to tell us here relate with the personal explanations? No, how? Because I'm supposed to rule over. No, it's not. Just read what the personal explanation the order I've cited says. Just read it again. Because it doesn't say that you should interpret somebody's personal explanation. And you are supposed to submit in any case to me what you are going to talk about. You didn't.
Mr. President, these are major issues. Every day we get off 1 minute silence, 1 minute dying like that. We must get a solution to this problem.
I agree with you completely on that. And if you want to speak on that, you can speak on that, but definitely your point of order is not correct, that you are going to speak about what they said. If you had come under personal explanation 42 to say that the killings are too many, I would have listened, because, no, that's not. You are arguing that they shouldn't have come under personal explanation. Okay, you go ahead.
Mr. President, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not saying that they are wrong, or I'm not interpreting the rule, because it's not my position to interpret the rule. But what I'm saying is that when 170 Nigerians die in a day, 25 die maybe another day, and we are seeing it as, we are rubbing it off, that's just a person. It's a controversial experience. Nigerians are dying, and we are here to protect them. Every day we come here, we hear about dead. Get off for 1 minute silence, get off for 1 minute silence. It is enough. I think it is enough. Either we get a solution to it, or we don't take this personal order again. But we are embarrassing the Senate and the nation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, because his personal explanation is not subject to debate. But however, I think this Senate has so far done extremely well in terms of supporting the fight against insurgency and insecurity generally in Nigeria. We have passed in fact, more resolutions in the Senate here from 2019 to date on insecurity, attacks, murders, and assassinations of Nigerians more than on any particular issue. And we have also provided more funds for security agencies to fight the insecurity in Nigeria more than any subsector. And I think we have cooperated between us and the House of Reps and between the National Assembly on one hand and the executive arm of government and other agencies of government to fight insecurity in Nigeria. And you recall that in my remarks just in this morning, I said we must never get tired of talking about this situation here in this chamber, because we represent people, and therefore when they are killed, we must take action. And I think our job is well cut out and defined for us. So let's not get frustrated. Let's not get tired of talking about this until solutions are found, permanent solutions. So I can sustain your point of order, but I think everybody agrees in this country that the security of lives and property of Nigerians are under constant threat. And those of us in government bear this burden, this responsibility to protect the lives of our people. And in this, there is no politics. All of us in government, regardless of our political affiliations, have this obligation and responsibility to discharge our responsibility creditably well for us to stop these killings that are happening. With that, I sustain your point of order, but next time, if you are coming under that point of order, let me know what you are going to say. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Well guided. Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleague, the first business of the day is the presentation of a House bill standing in my name on the Federal University of Sports Afuze Edo State Establishment Bill 2022. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Federal University of Sports, Afuze Edo State Establishment Bill 2022, HB 628, first read.
Federal University of Sport Afuze Edo State Establishment Bill 2022, HB 628, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Ibrahim Dambaba on the National Hajj Commission Act Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, National Hajj Commission Act Amendment Bill 2022, SB 982, first reading.
National Hajj Commission Act Amendment Bill 2022, SB 982, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Oji Uzokalu on the Coastal and Inland Shipping Cabotage Amendment Act, Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. President, you will to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Coastal and Inland Shipping Cabotage Act Amendment Bill 2022, SB 983, first reading.
Coastal and Inland Shipping Cabotage Act Amendment Bill 2022, SB 983, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Enagi Dima on mandatory inclusion of national ethics and civic education in curriculum of primary and secondary schools in Nigeria, Bill 2022. Mr. President, we will invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the
Mr. President, distinguished senators, mandatory inclusion of national ethics and civic education in the curriculum of primary and secondary schools in Nigeria Bill 2022, SB 995, first reading.
mandatory inclusion of national ethics and civil education in the curriculum of primary and secondary schools in Nigeria Bill 2022, SB 995, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Smart Adeyemi on the National Minimum Wage Act Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, National Minimum Wage Act Amendment Bill 2022, SB 997, first reading.
National Minimum Wage Act Amendment Bill 2022, SB 997, first reading taken. Before I call on the leader for the next item, that is the orders of the day, validity / commendation session. Let me advise that we'll have the validity session for our colleagues who now serve our country in other capacities and have resigned from this chamber. We will try to minimize the time for the session because the chairman, the distinguished chairman of the distinguished national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and the distinguished Deputy National Chairman North of the All Progressives Congress APC, and our Excellency the Deputy Governor of Zamfara State have a lot to go back to today. So even for that reason, we'll try to ensure that we don't take too much time on the validity session, but we'll, as much as possible, take as many of our colleagues who would like to say one or two things. And then we too in this chamber, we have a heavily loaded order paper, including the second reading of the 2022 Appropriation Act Amendment Bill, and so on and so forth. So we'll try to minimize the time. I please urge us to just, if we make our contribution, we do so within a short time. So this, the Leader of the Senate will lead us in the process. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues. Distinguished colleagues, these kind of sessions, valedictory sessions, are there to honor some of our colleagues who have attained certain positions in life and also in the affairs of the nation. It is with this in mind, my colleagues, that I would like to come on two orders. The first one is the suspension of Order 12 in order to allow the guests of our celebrants access to the chamber. I will therefore move that this distinguished chamber allows the guests of our colleagues who we are celebrating today to have access to this chamber. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Okay.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, with the guests of our celebrants seated, I would like to come again with another motion. And that motion is for this distinguished chamber to grant permission for the Senate to conduct this valedictory session. this chamber grant the leadership the permission to conduct this particular valedictory session. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, our guests, today we are celebrating the attainment of some of the highest offices in our land by three of our colleagues, namely the distinguished Senator Dr. Abdullahi Adamu, who by the grace of God is now the chairman of the largest political party in Africa, our great party.
Leader, I didn't hear you.
Who by the grace of God has now become the national chairman of the greatest party in Africa, the APC, after a convention, a national convention that was graciously conducted.
Leader, just hold on a minute. The Distinguished Senator Joe Thompson Sekibo, you are supposed to take your seat and listen to what the leader will say. You don't have to leave. Leader, you proceed, please.
Mr. President, wherever he is, even if he go to the tea room, he's going to hear this because there is a television there. So he will hear what we are going to say. The second colleague that we have is distinguished Senator Abubakar Shaib Kari, who is well known to all of us as having been one of the most ingenious and productive chairman and member of our party and leader in his own regard. And Abubakar Kari has been elected also in the same convention by an overwhelming majority of members of our great party at the last convention that we had as the deputy national chairman of the greatest party in Africa, the APC. Then the last but not the least is our colleague, Senator Mohamed Hassan Nasiha, who by the grace of God is now the deputy governor of Zamfara State. I salute and congratulate all our colleagues on this very, very seminal and important attainments that they have recorded in their professional and personal lives. Mr. President, I would like to briefly go through the profiles of these eminent Nigerians and eminent statesmen, briefly so that we can give them time. They are very busy people. Senator Hassan Mohammed is coming all the way from Zamfara State to attend this session, and I know the great amount of work and attention that our party requires in the hands of two of its great leaders, the chairman of our party and his deputy, no. I would like, with your permission, to start with the long political and eminent career of Senator Abdullahi Adamu, who represented APC Nasarawa West in this great and distinguished chamber. Senator Adamu was born in Kefi in 1946. He started his education in 1953 and went to secondary school Makadi between 1960 and 1962. He is a scientist, an engineer by profession. He was one of the first people who started the Kaluna Polytechnic. He demonstrated his political acumen by becoming the national chairman, the national vice president of National Association of Nigerian Students after the merger of the two national bodies in 1968, a time when many of our colleagues here were not born or were just about to be born. He took up an appointment with NNDC, Northern Nigerian Development Company, and in 1974 he was appointed appointed manager of the construction of the Daba Hotel, Kaduna. A lot of us who have been around know that one is one of the best, finest hotels in this country. 75, he became executive secretary of Benue Plateau Construction Company, and he began his career in politics in 1977 when he was elected a body to draft the Nigerian Second Republic Constitution of 1979. The constitution we are operating today has its roots in that constitution. So, Senator Abdullahi Adamu is one of the builders of modern Nigeria, as we know it today. He became the first secretary of the National Party of Nigeria, Plateau State, and which he was there from 1982 to 1983 when the military terminated the Second Republic. The demise of the Second Republic, he went back to academics and he enrolled to study law in the University of Jos and added an LLB honors to his stature and his academic attainments. He was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1993. He was appointed member of the National Constitutional Conference convened by General Sani Abacha administration, which was follow up to the processes that were giving birth to the democratization of Nigeria. In 1995, he was appointed Minister of State in the Ministry of Works and Housing. During his tenure, he participated in so many programs on urban housing and environment and sustainable development. Senator Adamu was elected in 1996 as chairman of the Shelter Afrique, and he represented Nigeria at the United Nations Head of State and Government Conference to review the Charter of the Earth Summit in July 1977 in New York. When politics was lifted, Senator Abdullahi Adamu joined the United Nigeria Congress Party and one of its leading gubernatorial aspirants in Nasarawa State. At the onset of the current dispensation in 1999, he became the executive governor of Plateau State. Senator Abdullahi Adamu has been honored with keys to the cities of Harlem, New York, Hamburg in Germany, Soweto in South Africa, and he had the plaque of Los Angeles in the US in 2000 by the Los Angeles City Council. As governor of Nasarawa State, Senator Adamu blazed the trail and became committed to the total reform of the educational development of Nasarawa State. He remains the only governor in Nigeria who committed not less than 20% of the state fiscal appropriation to education. In operation of his educational reform, he was honored with the honorary doctorate degree in engineering by River State University of Science and Technology. His efforts in education could be seen all over the place. He attracted the siting of Federal Polytechnic Nasarawa State, built one of the greatest state universities in Nigeria, which is the Kefi Nasarawa State University in Kefi. He was awarded another doctorate in engineering on 11th March by the Federal University of Port Harcourt, and also with a doctorate degree again in law by Namdi Azikiwe University, Oka, Anambra State. In addition to the above, Senator Adamu has also been conferred with other awards of their country. There are too numerous to mention, but for the purpose of our brevity here, I will just mention a few. Merit Award is Distinguished Personality by Secretary Union Government University of Lagos. He was given award, National Merit Award for Contribution to Development of Education. He was given award on current affairs. He was given an award by South students. He was given an award of excellence in governance, Benue State University, Makati Old University, award by NTA TV, Guide Fans Collab, Merit Award of Worthy Contribution, Amin Kano International Award for Exemplary Leadership, Fellowship Award in recognition of meritorious contribution to education by Federal College of Education Function, Visitor, Nasarawa State University, Ahmad Bello University, National Alumni Association Distinguished Merit Award, Award of the Fellow Nigeria Academy of Education, and so many, many, many others. Distinguished colleagues, at the gubernatorial election held throughout the country on April 19, 2003, Abdullahi Adamu was elected for a second term of 4 years as the Chief Steward and Chief Executive Governor of the state. In September 2010, Adamu declared his intention.
Leader. Please, leader, distinguished leader, ignore what the minority leader said.
Yes, and not only that, we are here mentoring the merit and the capacity.
Leader, let me talk to the minority leader. Minority leader, you know, you should allow the leader to land. When you have the opportunity to speak, you can say whatever is appropriate. And I use the word appropriate deliberately. If you say PDP, whatever it is, nobody would like to stay where there is no life. Leader, you may continue.
Thank you. Well guided. Well guided, sir. All this goes to show that we have a well-rounded politician, educationist, an engineer, administrator, and a governor who has blazed the trail and has demonstrated his feet on the ground and has been one of the pillars of the building of democracy in this country. And we are also saying one thing. This is a person who you see on the CV. It's a person who has never lost an election. So I want the minority to note that they are going to be losers in the 2023 elections. Our second colleague, Mr. President, is a profile that I'm going to read of distinguished Senator Abu Kari. Senator Abu Kari is representing Benue State. We say is because his seat has not yet been declared vacant by the Senate President. He may have to do it maybe reluctantly, very soon. But it's a person whose presence I think all of us have missed in this great chamber. But he has been called upon by our great party to do a national assignment of bringing victory to APC, our great party, in the next election. He is a committed, long-term politician. He was born 59 years ago, on 5th January 1963. He attended Capital School, Primary School 68 to 74, and Benue College Zaria to 79. He has a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Tennessee in 1986 and a master's business administration with emphasis on finance from Webster University, St. Louis, Missouri in 1989. Senator Kari's political career started in 1996 when he became the founding member and pro-tem national secretary of United Nigeria Congress, which eventually became United Nigeria Congress Party. He was subsequently elected and appointed to the unlisted political positions over a period of 26 years. He was elected to the House of Representatives under UNCP in 1998. He became State Treasurer of All People's Party, APP, in Borno State, 1998 to 99. He was re-elected to the House of Representatives as an APP member 1999 to 2003. He was Honorable Commissioner of Water Resources, Borno State, 2003-2005. He was MD, Rural Water Supply Agency, Borno State, 2005 to 2007. He was Honorable Commissioner of 2011 to 2014. He was elected Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria under the platform of our great party, the APC, between 2015 and 2019, and he was re-elected again in 2019 to this great chamber. He was the chairman, INEC, INEC committee on 2015 to 2017. He was chairman, Senate Committee on Defense, 2017 and 2019. In just concluded All Progressive Congress National Convention, Senator Kari emerged victorious as the Deputy National Chairman North of our great party. With this wealth of experience in government and politics, especially since the return of democracy in Nigeria in 1999. Senator Kari's hand has been on the ground. Since this country started democratic journeys in 1999, Senator Kari has been on the ground and among the movers and shakers of this democracy. With this wealth of experience in politics, and since the return of democracy in Nigeria, Mr. Chairman, I present you, colleagues, I present you, distinguished Senator Abubakar Kari, for commendation by this great chamber for the heights and attainments that he has made in his professional, political, and personal life. The last but not the least commendation goes to our colleague, Hassan Mohammed Gusau, who was born in 12th December 1960, and he attended Township Primary School, Gusau, Gigia Memorial College, Sokoto, School of Nursing, Sokoto, and Federal College of Education, Kano. He attained all the qualifications that are available in these institutions with advanced diploma in public administration. And he started his working life as a class teacher. He became a headmaster. He joined the School of Nursing, became the chief national nursing officer and chief executive officer of Nishiha Clinics, a private hospital. He was honorable commissioner, State Executive Council 1999 to 2007. He was commissioner, Ministry of Local Government and Chief Justice Affairs, commissioner of Youth and Support and Sports, commissioner of Commerce and Industry, commissioner of Culture and Social Development, commissioner of Health, commissioner of Water Resources, commissioner of Land and Housing, commissioner of Works and Transport, and then senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria between 2007 to 2011. And he also became a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria again from 2019 to 2022. And there he left this particular Senate as chairman of our Committee on Ecology and Climate Change. He is now, by God's grace, the Deputy Governor of Zamfara State. Hassan Gusau Nasiha has received so many awards and recognition of his hard work, great commitment, knowledge, and experience from Muslim Student Society of Nigeria, from Nesima, Merit Award from Automobile Technicians Association of Zamfara. He became president of Nesima Zamfara State chapter, and he also had an award for service and humility for Zamfara State Indigenous Association. Distinguished colleagues, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this gentleman is a person of promise, a person of hard work, is a person who is well-rounded and has succeeded in all the assignments that he has set out for himself. And it is for this reason that the government and people of Zamfara consider him as one person who is qualified and capable of becoming the deputy governor of the state once the vacancy in that was available. With this, Mr. President, honorable colleagues, I present you the three gentlemen, eminent gentlemen, for whom this particular chamber, this Senate, is very, very highly proud of. And we want to be counted as an institution for recognizing and commending the achievements and attainments these gentlemen have achieved in their lives. I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you, my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Leader of the Senate. And before I invite the minority leader to make his remarks, let me, on behalf of all of us, welcome to the Senate chamber our guests who are relations and friends of our colleagues on whose behalf this valedictory session is taking place. You are welcome. Minority Leader, I think we should time ourselves. Maybe 3 minutes per person. Will that be okay? Okay, the Deputy Chief Whip, you will be the timekeeper. So the minority leader has already spent 30 seconds standing.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Enin Naya Baribe. I represent Abia South. And by the grace of God, minority leader came into the Senate the same time with these great friends and colleagues who are now going to do very higher duties. I thank you, Mr. President, and I thank my colleagues, especially. I thank the party, All Progressive Congress, for making the choice of their chairman or someone that the PDP has
Your mic is faulty, it's not agreeing with you, so just try to adjust.
and also the secretary of the BOT of the PDP. So we are happy. He came here as a PDP senator and now taking over the APC to do the great job that Nigeria has thrust on his shoulders. The bridge builder, we are very happy that you have also gone to show them how democracy works. We also want to thank our dear colleague, of the deputy chairman of PDP. You have not finished your work here, but we are going to donate you to still go and do your job. And finally, because you told me to keep to time, my good friend, Hassan, who came as a PDP, came in here, left again, and now came back, and to go back again. PDP, APC, PDP again, APC again. And I say, Hassan, wherever you are, remember your home. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, the minority leader. Senator Mohamed Adamalero.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I remain Muhammad Adamu Aleru. I represent Kebbi Central. Mr. President, I rise to shower my commendations on my colleague, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, Traki Baba, Traki Kebbi, and also my colleague Abu Kari and Senator Hassan Gusso, who is now the Deputy Governor of Zamfara State. But first, let me start with Senator Abdullahi Adamu. I happen to know him as far back as 1999, when we were both elected as governors. And as a governor, he performed very well. He laid the foundation for the development of Nasarawa State. I'm happy the leader in his remark said that he committed close to about 20% of his budget to education. And he established Nasarawa State University. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I happen to be a beneficiary of Nasarawa State University because it conferred on me the doctorate degree. And that
really motivated me and influenced me to go and establish a university in my state. Wow. And I call it Kebbi State University of Science and Technology. Today, that university is one of the best state-run universities. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Senator Abdullahi Adamu was first among equals. When we were governors, we look at his experience, we look at his age, maturity, and we gave him the chairmanship of the Governors Forum. He is the first chairman of the Governors Forum. In fact, we created that forum, and succeeding governors, copied from us. And that forum did very well by making sure that, irrespective of our political divide, when it comes to governance, we always talk with one voice. So that is due to the leadership of Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Abdullahi Adamu is a lawyer by profession, a politician by choice, and also a farmer. As a politician, he has built a career that is worthy of emulation. As a governor, as a minister, now chairman of the greatest party in Africa. So I know that the sky is his limit. And we are looking forward to the day when we will inaugurate our president in 2023, and I have no doubt in my mind he will be able to do that as the chairman of APC. He will certainly do all he can to ensure that the APC wins election in 2023. The other side may not want to hear this.
You may round up.
I'm just quoted, Mr. President. Abdullahi Adamu has contributed a lot to the development of agriculture in this country. As the chairman of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, when he became senator, and when he actually became chairman of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, he initiated a number of legislations that have far-reaching impact on the agricultural development in this country. I could recall that he sponsored a bill on commercialization of agriculture, whereby agriculture is going to be mechanized in Nigeria through tractorization. He initiated soft loan for a bill to provide soft loan for farmers at 5%. He initiated the standardization of fertilizer.
Deputy Chief Whip, I can see you're not keeping the time. So, Senator Aleri is rounding up.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, sorry if I've taken so much of your time, but I have a lot to say about Senator Abdullahi Adamu, because now, for Abu Kari, Senator Abu Kari, he did very well as chairman of INEC and also chairman of FCT. He has a long-standing history of service, beginning from his sojourn in Benue State and up to the time he came in as member of the House of Representatives, and also here as a senator. He is somebody that is simple, humble, and very straightforward. And I have no doubt the two of them will work together and make us proud. Senator Hassan Gusau is also a very consummate politician. We are neighbors. He's from Zamfara and Kebbi. He served in various capacities as commissioner before he came here as a senator. I have no doubt in my mind that the experience he has garnered over time will be brought to bear in the government of Zamfara State. I say congratulations to all of them and I wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, I think we have to keep to this time because I have a list of over 20 senators and we cannot conclude this if we don't minimize the time. The Chief Whip of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, Governor Alero have already said much of what I will say. Senator Adamu was our colleague when we were governors, and it was between us and the other governor of Akwa Ibom that we decided to put him as governor, chairman of Governors Forum, because of his leadership qualities. And he did very well, and I'm sure that weight of experience he had in managing the Governors Forum, he will bring it to our party. My friend Abukari, I've known for over 40 years, very closely, both him and his family. And I'm sure he will assist Governor Adamu very well in running of our party. Aberibe has always, on the eve of our party, he was laughing at me that the party has scattered. Now party is together. You know, there's no time up here. I'm the Chief Whip. I'm the one buying the time. Now party is together.
Minority Leader, I can't remember appointing you as the timekeeper.
Mr. President, he did not sleep for 3 days that they elected Senator Adamu because he knew what the senator would do. Now you are trying to say he was a product of PDP and that. We came to arrange your party for you. And your party is in Kakas. You have like 10 factions in PDP. We have a fatherly role in him. We have a fatherly role in President Buhari. So our party is together. You people will see wonders, American wonders. You will see it to you. On Senator Hassan, I've known Senator Hassan when I was governor. I was commissioner. We have been very close friends since that time till now because of the former governor of Zamfara State. And I believe that he will assist his governor. Don't go and fight your governor. Go and be a friend of your governor.
Senator Barbe, take note.
Mr. President, these deputy governors, they always want to take their master seat. These deputy governors, order. These deputy governors always want to take their master seat. I want you to be a loyal deputy governor, not like Aberibe.
Thank you very much, Senator Mohamed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Mohammed Mogoje, representing Gombe Central. Mr. President, I will start with I call him my friend, but he insists on calling me his father, my father. So today I'll adopt you as a father if you want, if you like, prefer that one. Abla Adamu has seen it for a long time. People keep on starting from his days as a governor. But I want to start from MPN days, when he was the secretary of Plateau State MPN, later chairman. Some of us who are younger people, I was also a member of the State House of Assembly under MPN. And since then, I've been with him. He is eminently qualified for this job he's going to do now, because he has gone around. He started with the party, then minister, then governor, then senator, now party. So he's eminently qualified to lead this party to success 2023. I would like to associate myself with other speakers, particularly Oji Kalu, that there's no doubt that he will take care of the interests of many of us here. And very soon, we hope to have a lot of my friends from here moving to this side, because what I saw this morning, the crowd I saw from them surrounding the chairman means they are already putting him on notice that they are on their way to give him support. Mr. President, Habu Kyari is a very respected senator here in this Senate. Everybody knows. Very loyal, very dedicated to his job, very humble. You do know that he's from a very serious and highly placed family. Very simple person. And that's the way maybe he's been behaving in Borno, and he has been in the system for a long time, from one ministry to another, from one office to another. Now he has moved to Senate. Now he's going to the party. I'm sure the sky is the limit. He's going to do very, very well. He's going to assist the chairman in the party. Thirdly, Mohammed Hassan, I want to say the people of Zamfara should be very grateful to him, because it's not easy for somebody to resign from Senate and go become deputy governor. I was a governor, I know the duties of deputy governors. Those that are loyal, they know their job, and I hope you will be loyal. Those that fight their governors, they know the consequences. They either stay in the idle government, or like our friends here, some of them, in fact, are showing the way out. So I believe our friend Mohammed Hassan will be, I'm not looking at the other side, I'm not looking at my friend. Mohammed Hassan will be a very, very good, loyal, and very dedicated and supportive deputy governor. Mr. President, we have never had it so good in this Senate. I've been here from 2011 to date. We have never had a time when three of our colleagues, almost at the same time, getting out to serve in different higher capacities at this time. I don't know whether it has happened before, but I don't know that, I'm not sure if it has ever happened in this republic from 1999 to date. So I think we as senators who are grateful, we thank Nigerians for giving our colleagues the chance to serve them in different capacities, and we wish them the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished senators, I have a long list, so I'm going through the list. Distinguished Senator James, Borough Manager.
Mr. President, my highly respected colleagues, James Ibiowo, Manager, CON, Delta South. Mr. President, I want to add my voice to this all-important valedictory session in respect of our colleagues who have gotten new assignments, not necessarily promotion, but new assignments. And life is full of challenges. When you have another job, it's better for you to leave the job you are doing, no matter how lucrative. So long as that job will also give you peace of mind. So these, our colleagues, so many persons have spoken about their impeccable records. I wouldn't want to pick one by one to say something about the personalities that are involved. They are all wonderful senators, and we will sorely miss them here, undoubtedly. Mr. President, before somebody gets to this place, the person has gotten a name. Built up to getting to this place, the person must have gotten a proper foundation. Senate is not a place for small boys. Senate is a place for those who have made it, those who have achieved in society. And that's the reason why we are called distinguished. Every other lawmaker is called honorable. But we are, in fact, some people have added most distinguished. So because we are distinguished, when they are looking for job, when society is looking for those who can do the job, they look for the distinguished personalities. And that's the reason why these people have been called today to serve in the capacities that they have been chosen by God through the people. So, Mr. President, what I want to urge them, as they go into the other side to serve the people, they must maintain this senatorial integrity. They must maintain it so that more and more distinguished senators, whether they are still serving or they are non-serving senators, will be called upon to serve in so many important offices in this country and even beyond. The first test, Mr. President, and my respected colleagues, will be protect those who have the capacity to protect those who are here. Not me, because we are not of the same political party, but those who are there. Everybody is in danger in one way or the other. We know, if not for this valedictory, yesterday when I came in here, this place was very scanty. Because almost everybody is in danger in one way or the other. So I will urge you, particularly the national chairman of APC, my very good friend, with whom we formed the Elders Forum here in the Senate. As you go, please protect those who are endangered in one way or the other. It's very, very hazardous. You know this. You know how it is done. So that will be the first test. Very, very important. Those of us who are on this side will be watching you with keen interest. Because we know who you are. We know what you can do. And we know what you represent. Keep faith to whatever you want to do. And whatever you do, the challenges will be enormous. Everybody will come in to tell you different stories. You have never been party chairman before. I was one at the time. So please try your best for all of us. That will be the first challenge. Mr. President, we need to congratulate ourselves. The first major political party, the two major political parties today, they are all products of this institution. Are you a perfect gentleman? Is the one leading the one that will take over government from you people. And then you have Abdullah Yatamu, one of the best we have here. Is going to lead you people. So the battle line is drawn. And all of them are products of this institution. One is one-time presiding officer. The other one is one of the subjects of presiding officers. You know the difference is very clear. God bless you.
Before Senator Allen Dume will speak, let me assure distinguished Senator James Manager, one of our elders here in the Senate, that the national chairman of the APC, most distinguished Senator Abdullah Adamu Tirakibaba of Nigeria, will not only protect this side, but he will protect that side as well. Senator Allen Dume.
Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, especially those on the, those of us on this side, please ignore the other side because you know what is happening. So, and you should not discourage our colleagues from acknowledging the fact that there is a majority party in this country. So there can't be two majority parties with all due respect. There's only one majority and the other is minority. Having said that, distinguished colleagues, we are lucky this time around to have our distinguished colleagues to go out there to represent us. My colleagues have talked about their qualities, which we all know. The only thing that I want to say, use this opportunity to especially tell our chairman, is that this institution and that of the House of Rep or National Assembly is what defines democracy. And it is also the most endangered institution in the three arms of government. Now that we have people from here, especially under your leadership, you have a responsibility. It is not about us, it is more about the institution. It is not about Ndume, it is about the Senate. It is not about Ndume being the Senate, a senator from Southern Borno, but about protecting the position of the Senate or representation from the Southern Borno, having somebody that served for 2, 3, or 4 terms. That is what is happening. But you know, Mr. Chairman, that the rate of turnover is very worrisome. And it is not because the legislators are not performing. In fact, I can say maybe I'm happy that you are almost a victim of this kind of arrangement. We need, Mr. Chairman, and particularly my distinguished colleagues, to protect this institution. And this institution is made up of individuals. That is why people like Dume come in, or Adiola, or because of the experience. We don't have files. You don't leave files behind for somebody to refer to in order to work for this country. And therefore, it is your responsibility to build this institution. And Nigerians, particularly us, are expecting a lot from us. Coming to the PDP too, you need to protect them. But fortunately, they have started. I don't understand why PDP, for example, will go to court to say APC are fighting in their house, so you better go and do something about it. While you go to the house, you find them romancing. Okay, I'm just trying to respond. So, having said that, okay, thank you very much. Next time, PDP should talk about APC. I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you. I know that of the deputy is a special one. Please, where is my distinguished colleague? Hassan? Don't go and exhibit a barbaric behavior as a deputy senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Mohammed Sani Musa.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa. Today I feel highly delighted because when the leader was reading the resume of all the 3 distinguished personalities that are leaving us today, I was touched and I feel very motivated that the decision of my party was the best decision that we have taken, looking at the exigency of this time in our political life. I believe even our opponents can attest to the fact that we have products that can change the wheel of litigation to progress. With the coming of distinguished Senator, His Excellency Abdullah Adamu, who happens to be my father, and who happens to be one person that I had wanted to challenge and contest national chairmanship with. Today I have seen reason and wisdom of our leaders for making him who he is today. And we, as people that want that motivation, we will stand by him, we will work with him, we will do all the foot soldiering that we need to do to make sure that he succeeds. For my elder brother, Bakari Kari, I believe is a perfect team. Distinguished Senator Abdullah Adamu as National Chairman of APC, Distinguished Senator Abubakar Kari as Deputy National Chairman. There cannot be any better combination to give our opponents nightmares. Election is coming. We have seen how those days, within the 2 elections or 4 elections that happened in the 16 years of the life of a political party in this country, we have seen what happened. We have seen how immediately election comes, that party run helter-skelter, looking for the highest bidder. Ours is a consummate politician, a professional, a fulfilled Nigerian that will give APC the right direction, will translate transparency, translate equity and fairness among our membership. And I believe that with what the elder from the other axle said, that's James Manager. He has bequeathed a great deal for our leadership, and I believe that they will follow suit to also give our party that respect, because we are more organized. You can see how our convention came. Everyone is fully satisfied. I have seen how when the leader was reading their CVs, I have seen how all
He's rounding up.
I have seen how
Senator Mama Sanu Musa, round up, please.
His Excellency Senator Mohammed Hassan Gusau will be an able and supportive deputy governor to the Zamfara State governor. I believe his acumen, and I know that he's a loyal, very trustworthy, and committed deputy governor he will be. Thank you. With this, I believe that APC have gotten it right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Akpan Albert Basi Akpan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The most effective president, Senate president in Nigerian history. Distinguished Senator Albert Basi Akpan, Akwa Ibom Northeast. Mr. President, your emergence as the Senate President of this chamber, 9 Senates, was extremely very heroic. It was the most peaceful. It was an emergence that united this chamber. It was also a testament.
Senator Oba, I hope you are not sending me away.
That something was about to happen. Something was about to happen. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, distinguished Senator, His Excellency Abdullah Adamu is a man you can trust any day. I call him Baba Adamu. So I am very confident. I am very confident. I am very, very confident that APC, that we thought was almost gone, has gotten it right under his leadership. Mr. President, when I walked in here today and saw the order paper, I had to go to him to pray for him, because I know how challenging bringing together a fragmented party. I know how it is, how challenging bringing together a disunited party, the challenge that you will have. But I'm very confident that Baba Adamu will do the right thing.
Oba, please speak to the issue.
Mr. President, we will miss him. For my big brother, Gary, I know a combination of you and Baba will do the right job. Really? I know who you are, you're a man of excellence. I worked under you in your committee. Then for my brother, Hassan, I'll miss you. His Excellency. May God bless you and guide you as you serve your people in Zamfara State. Mr. President, I will not be surprised if the next president of this country emerges from this chamber. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. Baba, congratulations.
It's difficult to place you anywhere. Distinguished Senator Samantha Adeyemi.
Your Excellency, I stand here to pass a very few remarks on these three great Nigerians. His Excellency, Senator Adamu Abdullahi, I first came across the most distinguished in 2003 when I led journalists to assess projects across this country. And just some 6 months ago, I showed His Excellency, our new chairman, the picture I took with him in 2003. And I said to him, you remember that day you treated us very well, but since I came here, he has not dipped his hand into his pocket to do those things he did to us 2003. And he said, you're already here, smart. So I knew him long before now as a highly focused man. He's a statesman. Indeed, Senator Adamu Abdullahi is a political textbook of contemporary Nigeria. He's a man who has gathered tremendous wealth of experience as far as politics is concerned. And if you take a look at his contributions here, you will see that he's a man who's highly patriotic. He's patriotic, he's God-fearing, but you must equally take into consideration that each time he speaks here, he speaks from the point of law. You know that this man is a well-trained lawyer. But more importantly is the fact that he's a stickler to the rule. To be at peace with distinguished Senator Adamu Abdullahi, because I serve in his committee, Committee on Agric. You know that he's a man who believes in the rule of law. And we're going to miss you very sincerely, most distinguished. You are a man of great strength of character. And I must equally add that you are a no-nonsense man. Whoever is coming before you must have his point and must be prepared to argue very well with you. Your Excellency, but one thing which I will always say to you, and I will remind you, is that you have refused up till now to appreciate that I'm a comrade. But you were a comrade before, and that explains some of your position on contemporary issues in the chamber. When you speak like one of us, you know. But you are still not far away from the struggle. I hope you continue with this struggle. I'm not in doubt on the serious note that our party is going to be more focused, more promising than ever before. And I can see that your emergence is a pointer to the fact that more and more people are, even on the other side, from their language, from their body language here, we can see that many of them are coming back now that you are chairman. So they are coming back to the only political party, the only focused party in Nigeria, the APC. Having said this, Your Excellency, let me talk about the Deputy Chairman North, Mr. Kari. I serve in the FCT committee, and I serve under him as he's the chairman. And I have had a series of interactions with him as the chairman of that committee, because I was privileged to be chairman of FCT in the last Senate. He's a good man, a man with a large heart, and he's a man who is a team player. I'm not in doubt that he's a perfect man to serve as deputy chairman to our party. And above all, he's a man who is very friendly and highly intelligent, highly mobile, highly accommodating. I told His Excellency, former governor of Benue State, Senator Shetima, I said, you people from Benue, I've not met a Benue man who is not intelligent. That all of you are highly intelligent people, highly enterprising people. And I'm happy that he has emerged as the deputy chairman. The sky is not going to be the limit of the APC, but it's going to be the beginning. Your Excellency, let me talk briefly about my brother, distinguished Senator Hassan, the deputy governor of Zamfara State. He's a man I knew when I came, I think 2006? 2007, when we came here 2007. He's a gentleman, he's a team player, and he's going to be a perfect man to serve as deputy governor. He's a man who's committed to legislative duties, and I'm not in doubt that he's going to serve very well. He's a complete gentleman. I do not foresee any problem, and I look forward to God on your side, that you emerge eventually as the governor of that state. Your Excellency, it's my delight to make these few contributions.
Senator Chukwuka Utazi, Enugu North.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I want to join the rest of my colleagues here to congratulate and celebrate the new things that have happened in the life of our colleagues in this 9th Assembly. You know, when in the 8th Assembly I joined these red chambers, I saw most distinguished Senator Adamu Buhari Abdullahi fighting all the way to maintain the followership behind the government of APC under General Buhari. He has to do that fight to an extent that he even has to lose the chairmanship of the Northern Senators Forum in that effort. He put in everything. And today, I'm very happy that you have been recognized for your consistency to whatever you believe in. Today, you lost one but have gained the most important because of that effort. I congratulate you. You have been my chairman in Agri Committee. I know what you stand for. We are going to miss you so much. But I know with the job you have already started from reconciliation of the party to this, that we are going to do well in that position. Talking about the gentle lion, who was my chairman when the 9th Assembly was constituted by you, to put this place in place, put it in operational mode. We work with the gentle lion I call our Senator Abubakar Kyari. He worked well here. We love you. We are going to miss you greatly in this chamber. But I know it's for good that you are moving forward. And we are following you. You are friends here. And then talking to my friend, more distinguished Hassan Guzo, a very committed family man. Yes, I must say it about him. I have traveled. In fact, the last two months we were in Ghana together. He's always going with his wife. He's a committed family man that I'm proud of. You know, that he distinguished. Not only that, when we were in Kigali, he was with his wife there. You know, so he's a committed, serious family man that is playing politics. I'm not saying that you are, as a deputy governor, is an elevation to a senator, no. I have said it's a different assignment, you know, to work there and show the experience. Maybe you become a stepping stone to become a governor very soon. Mr. President, I wish these very important personalities that have led this scene to another level here, and know that wherever you are, we are with you there. And you know you are a senator, and a senator is for life. Thank you so much for this opportunity to contribute to this very important valedictory session, Mr. President.
Thank you. The Honourable Senator Tolu Odebi.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, today I'm extremely elated and excited because we're showcasing the very finest this Senate has to offer. And it speaks volume about this chamber, about the quality of men that we have in this chamber. These are some of the very finest and the best that we've just showcased today. Let me say I've had the privilege to work in the committee of the chairman, Senator Abdullahi, and I find him to be an erudite scholar, an educationist, an administrator par excellence, and a mentor, and also a chief from the old block. You see, unfortunately, we don't have people like him anymore nowadays. People of integrity, people that stand for what they believe in, and people that want the very best for this country. So I'm extremely delighted that he has been brought up to steer the ship of this great party of ours. I'm equally delighted, Mr. Chairman, to also be the Vice Chairman of FCT, which I worked under my chairman, Senator Carey. And, you know, looking back now, I can see why you paired us together. He is an extreme gentleman, a very forthright person, very transparent, very honest, and very detailed. And I cannot be more elated that you pair them together with the chairman, and also he's a man of integrity, I must say. So I'm even more delighted that you've paired him with our chairman to steer the ship of our party. They're coming at a very crucial time when the foundation of our party, and not only this party, all parties, is being shaken by people of lack of integrity, by all kinds of elements that are coming in and using all means to thwart the foundation and the principles of party politics. Mr. Chairman, I'm also very happy for my distinguished Senator Hassan. He's a good friend. He's somebody that also I have a lot of respect for, and he's somebody that I believe he shows a lot of patriotism and commitment to his state and to his people to have taken on the job of a deputy governor. So I congratulate them all. I wish them well, and I pray for them that God will continue to guide them in their respective duties. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you all.
Distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima.
Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, we are here on a valedictory session for 3 of our colleagues, but it's largely a celebration of life, a celebration of achievements. Starting with Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Senator Adamu packed into an eventful life, a remarkably crowded lifetime of engagements in some of the major landmarks in the political evolution of this country. When many of his contemporaries had fallen by the wayside, in this open, fast-paced, vicious political terrain, Senator Abdullahi Adamu has remained a constant presence with an enduring legacy. We believe that he will bring to bear in his output as the national chairman of the largest political party in Africa, his wealth of experience, exposure, pedigree, connections, and most importantly, the wisdom that age brings. On Senator Abubakar Kyari, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, Francis Bacon, the British philosopher, once said, "Consistency is the foundation of all virtues." He spent a whopping 9 years of his childhood days in the sprawling grounds of one of the iconic centers of power in Nigeria, in Sir Kashim Ibrahim House in Kaduna, when his father, the Venerable Brigadier General Abba Kyari, was the governor of the Dipang North Central State between 1967 and 1976. Abu Kyari was born into a life of privilege. He was born with the proverbial silver spoon, but his life is a study in consummate humility and dedicated service. This American educated economist, when he forayed into politics, he contested for the lowly position of a councillor in Mobar local government area of Borno State in 1996. In a terrain populated by hyenas, jackals, and all assorted types of animals, Abu Kyari is one hell of a gentleman who is brutally loyal, who is committed to whatever cause he champions. In a terrain where the political class suffers from chronic memory amnesia, where people hardly look beyond their north nor think beyond the depths of their pockets, is a steady in consistency and loyalty. My roads crossed paths with Senator Abu Kyari's on when we were commissioners, when we were colleagues in the Borno State Executive Council between 2007 and 2011. He became my chief of staff when I was the governor between 2011 to 2015. I was the boss. I was the one calling the shots. He became my political soulmate, brother, and friend when he became a senator between 2015 and 2019. And from 2019 onwards, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, Senator Abubakar Kyari became my colleague in these hallowed chambers. And from 26th of May, 26th of last month, Senator Abu Kyari became my boss as the Deputy National Chairman of the APC. Distinguished colleagues, we should all anticipate and embrace this beautiful cycle of life. The only thing permanent about life is the change component. For Senator Nasiha, I formed a remarkably very strong bond with him in the past 3 years. We became friends. We became brothers. And I believe he will bring to bear his wealth of experience and exposure in his job as the Deputy Governor of Zamfara State. We wish him well, and we believe that in the unfolding dispensations, we'll one day go to Gusau and swear him in as the Governor of Zamfara State. Having said that, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, with the exit of Abu Kyari, I'm going to be saved from one embarrassing scene of a colleague coming up to greet me anytime I get into the chambers, of a colleague rushing in to pick my papers when I am leaving the hallowed chambers. Not out of any slavish loyalty, but out of genuine respect and affection. And of course, the cabal will miss the vice chairman, and I believe.
Your Excellency, I don't know which cabal you are referring to. Very distinguished Senator George Thompson Sekibo, CON, JP, Rivers East.
Mr. Senior President, I am Senator George Thompson Sekibo, Commander of the Order of the Niger. You are very right. My distinguished colleagues, if I don't make any comments on this valedictory service session, it appears I don't appreciate my colleagues. So first of all, I want to congratulate Abdullah Adamu, who have been in the chamber with me for some time, and Abu Kyari, and of course, Ansan. In 2005, our chairman, House Committee on Special Duties and National Boundary Commission was under my purview. There was a boundary crisis between the state and another state, and I went there. His humility and also the hospitality and attention and solutions he provided to the problem we went with, I am sure help us to make a standard report to the House and also the National Boundary Commission. He is a good man. Then I know him as the chairman of the Governors Forum in the People Democratic Party. And he also took me very well, especially because of the name of Dr. Peter Odley, who is my boss, my leader, and then was his own younger friend. So, who is touching my microphone? So I congratulate him for going. I have read much about him. I agree to all the accolades that have been poured on him here. For Abu Kyari, of course, I don't have much to say. 2014 or so, when Baga was captured or almost captured by the bandit, I was chairman Senate Committee on Defense and Army. I went to Borno State. And the attention, I don't know whether they asked me to pay that attention to me, the attention he gave to us. Your Excellency, you will not believe, himself and Governor Shetima give me 2 boxes of Babariga you are wearing. If you are wearing it today, you see me, you think I am one of you. But, yes, I'm one of you. Once in a while, I wear them in River State. I don't want to wear them here, so that they will know I have a very good northern friends. So he's such a good person. He is a friend. I see that if you have a matter in his hand, he personally called you and if you come to the office. He did that to me. He's a very humble person. Sending him on errand, I think you're sending a very good child to the errand. Of course, for Hansan and me, we are in the together for environmental issue from the Senate, the Remark Center. So I know all of them. But, sir, when he trained a child in University of Harvard, or Harvard University, and then he graduates, you only simply have the hope that first, he can be a good representative wherever he goes to. That is it. That's the meaning. Our elder, Abdullah Adamu, started with PDP, not just starting as a member, a governor, and also the chairman of the governorship forum. And he has climbed in different ranks. He has been properly trained. So it can be a very good market to open a new branch of a company. It is possible. But in every political dispensation, you Excellency, you know you are a political master. To come to National Assembly for 5 times, the master remains a master. The master remains a master. While we wish him well on his sojourn he's going to, he should also know that that is a house he left us to build this new house. That whole house is the father's house. Every Christmas, he should come back to the house and say, we are one and the same people, we are together. He should play the game according to the rule. He is a master of the game, and he's a lawmaker. He respects the rule of law. So in this game now, when they say, no, that's an opposition party, kick them on the left-hand side, he should not kick. He should do what is right and what is appropriate. And if by destiny, God give to him, we will still give him the applaud. But if by destiny, God does not give to him, he should praise God. He has done well enough in his life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator Michael Opeyemi Bamidele, Ekiti Central.
Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. Well, how much can be said about these three wonderful people in 3 minutes? It's safe for me to not attempt to repeat any of the things that our colleagues had said earlier. So, distinguished Senator Adamu Abdullahi, distinguished Senator Abu Kyari, distinguished Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, take it that I'm also congratulating you like the rest of our colleagues. However, distinguished Senator Adamu Abdullahi, most people have addressed you in the language of politics. I will choose to address you in the language of law, which is your bedrock, and specifically in the language of our Constitution, which I know you are very familiar with as a most senior lawyer. Sir, under your leadership, let APC be known as the party that will not only perform only one out of very 3 critical roles of a political party, which is the role of sponsoring candidates for election. It is also the role of political parties, according to our laws, to ensure that they provide political education. No party in the country does this today. We hope APC does this under your leadership. Another major critical role of political parties is to monitor those that they have elected into office. Your Excellency, because this role is so important, that is why the Constitution of our country specifically provides that no one shall be elected into any of the public offices in the executive or legislative arm of government unless sponsored by a political party, because it is assumed and it is stipulated that the party will monitor what they do in office. Let your leadership of APC be one in which elected president and vice president, governors and deputy governors, National Assembly members will render either quarterly or biannual or annual reports of their accounts of stewardship. They must do this to the party. We are happy that with your caliber, you are not the kind of national chairman that any governor or any elected officer can come and harass in office. If APC does not get it under your leadership, we would have missed it totally. If APC gets it right, you also would have provided leadership to other political parties in the country. This is my charge to you. So as we visit you in the office, let us ensure and see that you are being guided by wisdom of God and our Constitution. So I will be happy when I visit your office and I see 3 books lying at your desk: a copy of the Holy Quran, a copy of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, and a copy of the Electoral Act. And having said this, Mr. President, I want to say that I know a lot of our colleagues will still like to speak, but I feel it is important that we also hear from these 3 gentlemen before they leave us finally today. And I just want to appeal on behalf of everybody in the word of Kenny Rogers. Let us allow them to live in a blaze of glory. All good things must end. Like heroes in a story, let them live like they came, in a blaze of glory. Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues.
Distinguished colleagues, have we heard what Senator Opeyemi said? He's appealing that having spent 2.5 hours or so, almost 3 hours, that we allow our colleagues to go back to their offices, because I know that there is going to be a national working committee meeting of the APC and there are so many engagements. I still have about 14 senators who want to speak. So if it is the wish of the single senators that we give them the chance also to say something in this valedictory session, we can do so, and then we exit this session and continue with our other paper. If, however, we feel that we must exhaust and allow everyone that needs to speak, which is not bad in any way, then we'll continue. So, leader, which way? Do we allow our colleagues to speak? Okay, I can see the preponderance. Yeah, the preponderance of opinion is we allow them to speak. And I want to thank our colleagues who have signified interest to speak, but because of time, they are not able to do so. Those who spoke for the rest of us. So let me give most distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu Tiraki Baba of Kefi and the rest of Nigeria, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, to take his stand. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the principal officers of this Hollow Chamber, my very, very dear colleagues, friends, brothers, sisters, I am Senator Abdullahi Adamu, and as it is on record, what the voluntary session is all about is to say bye-bye to us. First and foremost, Your Excellency, I want to thank Almighty God for this honor, for me to have been seen as a fit and proper person to lead the ruling party, APC, in Nigeria. In thanking Almighty God, my gratitude to God will not be complete if I do not thank our President, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for seeing me also through the light of God himself, that I am suitable for this very important assignment, as a result of which he gave his endorsement that made all this possible. I want to thank other party leaders through this chamber for the support which they gave and made this convention and my choice at the convention possible. Your Excellency, you led our colleagues through the caucus of this chamber, the APC caucus, to give their support, which added more than ordinary value to the decision to have me as the national chairman of our great party. I thank you all. Your Excellency, I listened with rapt attention to the very, very kind words that came from all our colleagues that were opportuned to make contribution in the valedictory session that we're having. I will cherish your kind words. I will cherish the advice that came forth from your contributions. And I want to assure you that I will remain a product of this chamber. I will assure you that within the confines of our party and its processes, we will protect the integrity of the National Assembly. This is probably the first time that two principal officers of the party are coming from this hollow chamber, the senior chamber or the two chambers that operate in the country. It is a very big responsibility we take and we leave these chambers with. And I want to assure you that we'll be working with you, particularly those of you who are on this side of the aisle. But as I go out with my colleague, as we meet other colleagues, the National Working Committee and the National Executive of our party, I will go with one assignment that I've given myself. I will break through this side of the aisle I have friends here that I hope and pray the spirit that we've lived together with over the years, 11 years now, will continue to trail what we do. Some of you are the best materials that this country can have, but you are in the wrong camp. I was a founding member of the PDP in 1998. I took the flag of PDP to Nasarawa State. I served as a governor with PDP. I served as Secretary of the Board of Trustees. They say it as if to remind me, as a person who did provide the service, nobody has asked me why. Why did you break the bondage between you and the PDP? It is in my heart of hearts, those of you who are willing to reach out to the higher levels of life, our hands are open and we're stretching the hands to you. I assure you, amongst you there is the best governor Abia never had. Amongst you there is a good governor to be that is being denied. And come over. We are very, very liberal. We are very fair. We play according to the rules of the game. So I assure you that I'll continue to cherish my relationship with you. And I hope and pray that you will see the light and come over to the APC. Having said that, Your Excellency, I will remain eternally grateful. I have made friends here in this chamber. We have faced some of the most challenging moments in this chamber. And as a result, sometimes we do certain things, not because we intend to hurt anybody, but because of the spirit of that moment and the spirit of patriotism to this great country of ours. We tend to maybe match one another's toes. We never do that. I never did that with any negative intention. I always am positive in my thinking and positive in my approach to any issue that comes before us in this hollow chamber. But because we are human, to those who may have taken seriously anything that I've done in the course of my work here as a senator and felt offended, it's not deliberate, and notwithstanding that, take my apologies, most sincere apologies. I want to leave this chamber with fond memories of all of us here. I want to go thinking about you positively. I want to go seeing you as my colleague, seeing you as my friend, and I do hope that all through whatever I have left of life, we'll continue to have that spirit guide in our relationship. I thank you for the cooperation that we received. Mr. President, I want to very specially thank you in ending my response. I want to thank you for the new spirit which you brought forth to this chamber. Throughout your leadership of the 9th Senate, we have not had cause to regret your leadership. You are one leader this far. I've been here for 11 years that has been extremely bipartisan in all that you do. You have provided leadership. You don't give a damn what anybody is doing, provided he's doing within the standing orders of this chamber. And you took a position which I will commend to other leaders long after we would have left this place. And that is, it pays a lot of dividends to stick to positive principles that make for unity of this country. I said time and again in this chamber, and I repeat today as I leave this chamber, that as we are here, we are leaders of this great country. We owe this country a duty to unite in every way we can. The spirit of our oneness as a nation, no part of this country should be allowed to suffer or should be allowed to feel not part of this union. We have a project called Nigeria. We still have a long way to go. We are still in the process of building this great country. We must not despair. We must not give up out of selfishness the duty that all of us here are undertaking through the oath of office that we occupy. You stand out. You stand out. Don't give up. You are working for this country. You believe, as I do, that this country is running a presidential system of government that believes in 3 arms of government. And as a lawyer also, I do know that even though there are what we call separation of powers between the 3 arms of government, there is no absolutism in the separation of powers. We have to find the fine lines where we interact with the 3 arms of government. You have played a part of a leadership that has made the executive feel, yes, this 9th Assembly is part and parcel of this government. The President is the chief executive officer of this country. And with that office, he is supposed to coordinate all the 3 arms of government. So we have a meeting point in the office of the President. And whatever we do positively will impact positively in the governance of this great country. I thank God. I thank you all for the Commendatory that you have extended to me during the course of my tenure in this chamber. May God bless you all. I'll miss you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Next is most distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari.
Thank you, Mr. President, my highly respected colleagues. My name is Abubakar Kyari, Senator representing Borno North, and today I speak for the last time in this position. Mr. President, my very distinguished colleagues, I'm delighted to present my humble remarks today at this valedictory session organized by the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in honor of our national chairman of our great and the largest party in Africa, our statesman, our elder, His Excellency Senator Abdullahi Adamu, CON Turaikim Baba of Lafia, my brother, the Deputy Governor of Zamfara State, His Excellency Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, German Gusau, and my humble self, the Deputy National Chairman North of the APC. It has always been a special privilege for me to be present amidst my dear colleagues in this hallowed chamber. With the gratitude to the Almighty Allah, I congratulate all of us who have been divinely privileged to witness this valedictory session of today. Contrarily, it is with a heavy heart that I remember our dear colleagues who passed on in the course of our journey, and may God Almighty grant them eternal rest. Dear colleagues, I wish to express my profound appreciation to the leadership of the Senate for the confidence it reposed in me to serve as the chairman, Senate Committee on FCT. I thank you deeply for the wholehearted cooperation that I enjoyed from especially my vice chairman and my members of the committee and the leadership, most especially my Senate President, throughout these 3 years. It dawned on me that the legislature is indeed home of all Nigerians. Your Excellency, my distinguished colleagues, I'm indeed very much humbled. I'm extremely grateful by the trust continually reposed in me by my constituents and family to act as a voice in advocating for their social, economic, and political rights. I desired to live out my term and keep diligently representing my constituents till June 2023. However, in light of my recent and highly esteemed victory during the just concluded convention of our great party, APC, it is required I shoulder more responsibilities as the Deputy National Chairman North. Hence, I have to shed my responsibilities as a Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am therefore grateful to the stakeholders, especially the Senate and House of Representatives caucuses, the progressive governors, and all the delegates and my co-contestants at the convention. Distinguished colleagues, may I also remind us that the National Assembly is the hallmark of democracy in Nigeria and the only democratic institution where the people are represented collectively. It is therefore important to state that throughout my stay as a legislator in both houses of the National Assembly, members have demonstrated a very high level of intellectual capacity and experience to respond promptly to the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians through a collective resolve despite the bureaucratic and legislative capacity challenges faced by the National Assembly since the return to democratic government in 1999. My respected distinguished colleagues, the pieces of legislation we passed, the Electoral Act, the Petroleum Industry Act, the Finance Act, PSC Act, and all other acts on the economy, education, security, etc., during my stay is highly phenomenal and cannot be overemphasized. These are imperishable legacies. This showed that Parliament belongs to the people and there should be no barrier between lawmakers and those they represent. Your Excellency, my distinguished colleagues, may I refresh our memory during the Senate visit to my state, Borno State, to see firsthand the living conditions of thousands displaced by the insurgency. We visited the IDP camps, spoke with the people, confronted them, letting them know their well-being was a priority of the Senate. Today, the Northeast Development Commission is a reality. My respected colleagues, in my 7 years in the Senate, we were fully engaged with the state of insecurity in the country and accordingly resolved on many initiatives to bring sustainable peace, security, and protection of the lives and properties of Nigerians. The Senate also engaged with the security chiefs for proper understanding of the issues. I recall mentioning on this very floor on how I emerged as a senator in 2015 with 80% of my votes coming from internally displaced persons, where 8 out of 10 local governments in my senatorial district had their elections in IDP camps. However, by 2019 elections, the reverse was the case. It was now 2 out of 10. Thanks to the focused administration of President Muhammadu Buhari at the federal level and His Excellency Governor Kashim Shettima at the state level. With the determination and purposeful leadership provided by His Excellency Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, the last of the displaced local government have been relocated back to their ancestral home. Once again, I am most thankful for the strong and purposeful Senate leadership that has steered us and guided this chamber. To my Senate President, our Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, the Senate leader and other principal officers of the Senate, and my dear colleagues, I say a very big thank you. Your Excellency, my distinguished colleagues, I cannot end this remark without extending my profound appreciation to His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari for his selfless service to our dear country. The Honorable Minister and Minister of State of the FCT, the Permanent Secretary, the Executive Secretary of FCDA, and all members of the FCT, FCTA, whom I have had a wonderful working relationship, and also management and staff of the National Assembly. Worthy of mention is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Architect Ojo, the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, Dr. Yabani, Clerk and the Deputy Clerk of the Senate, Clerk and staff of the Committee of FCT, and other clerks and staff of other committees I was opportune to work with. And of course, our members of staff and the chamber staff and Sergeant at Arms who make all this work. My friends, the media, press corps, well done and keep the star shining. And of course, I will not forget our tea room staff who are host to a lot of us here during heated debates. Mr. President, my highly distinguished colleagues, my political journey and history can never be complete without mentioning and appreciating my friend, my brother, my colleague, my boss, the erudite, dogged, and highly committed gentleman and public servant, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima. To my dynamic and amiable governor, His Excellency Professor Babagana Umar Zulum MNI FNSC, Karigo, do what you know best, uplifting and giving hope to the hopeless. May the Almighty continue to protect all of you in your quest for selfless service to humanity. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my highly distinguished colleagues, I know this feels like a goodbye speech, but I strongly believe that we all carry the pieces of each other into every new phases of our individual lives to remind us of who we are and the people we are meant to be. I am honored to have spent these splendid 7 years with you, and I will miss you all dearly. May the Almighty bless us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari. Next, most distinguished Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, Nasiha, German Gusau, Zamfara Central.
Mr. President, I still remain Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, who came from Zamfara Central, a gold mining state, as well as Sharia state. Mr. President, I'm here and I'm much delighted to be here today again as a senator as well as deputy governor of Zamfara State. Mr. President, I have no cause than to thank my God, the Almighty Allah, for showing me the day. A teacher by profession, later chief nursing superintendent, administrator, again, ATS commissioner with different ministries. 2007, elected again to be a senator. To 2011. Mr. President, 2011, after I lost my election, in only 5 months, God made me again to be a third party chairman. After being a party chairman for 5 years, again, God re-elected me back to the Senate. So I've been in the Senate for 3 years. Again, my people decided to appoint me as a caretaker chairman while I'm a serving senator. Now, again, another one has come, me to be served or to be appointed as deputy governor. I'm sure This is a big blessing to me and to the family. For someone to have such career from ward level to this level, as well as executive level, this is a blessing coming from God. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, as you are aware, Zamfara State has experienced a lot of issues of banditry, kidnapping, and cattle rustling. It is a very big challenge for someone to govern a state like that. But Alhamdulillah, with the position and the strength of our governor, Dr. Bello Matola Marado, issues has been rising up and on, but by God willing, things are coming to an end gradually. As a deputy governor, Mr. President, my colleague has been advising me to be a loyal person, to be with my governor with unity, so as to bring progress in Zamfara. I'm sure with the little biography I have read, for someone to be a commissioner for 8 years, if there's no loyalty, I will not reach where I am today. So I promise, as your colleague, to dedicate myself in serving God, as well as supporting my people and my governor. I would like to use this opportunity to express my appreciation to the love you shared with me while I'm here as a senator. I wish all of you a success in your all endeavors and God protection throughout your life. I'm very happy to be with you, and I'm feeling of leaving you, but we shall be together, inshallah, anytime, anywhere. Assalamu alaikum.
So, thank you very much, most distinguished Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, the Deputy Governor of Zamfara State. Distinguished colleagues, with those remarks by our colleagues, please, we have come to near conclusion of this segment of today's plenary session. I will make my brief remarks, just like most of us here have done. And I can see I'm disadvantaged because most of those things I would like to say have already been said. Nevertheless, I still have some few things to say. First of all, I want to christen what I will say about our three distinguished colleagues as called to duty. Maybe near it will be a vote of confidence on them, the personalities, and on the Senate and indeed the National Assembly. Individually, most of us have said a lot about distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, Turakin Kafi, the new national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari, the new deputy national chairman North, and of course, distinguished Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, the new deputy governor of Zamfara State. In order to save time, I would try to talk on a general note. This is a remarkable development in the political evolution and history of Nigeria. That today, the national chairman of APC, the deputy national chairman, North of APC, the national secretary of APC, all are distinguished senators. Auditor, the national auditor, Senator McAfee, are all people who either are just completing their service in the Senate, like in the case of Senators Abdullah Adamu and Senator Abubakar Kiari, or were here before. I served with distinguished Senator Iola Omishire in the 6th Senate. He was our chairman, Committee on Appropriations. When Senator McAfee was a senator, it was the 5th Assembly, and I was a member of the House of Representatives. But what this goes to show is that the legislature is coming of age. That the legislature is now contributing to the political development and stability of our country. And we shouldn't take this for granted. Even though the legislature has been the most disadvantaged arm of government out of the 3, but I think it is rapidly developing. And it's good for our country. Distinguished Senator Abdullah Adamu, I can say, is not even a father to this Senate, but a grandfather to the National Assembly. Many of us, whenever we interact with him, it's like going into a tutorial or some kind of teaching room. Something positive wraps on you, either politics or life generally. So I'm not going to say that we are going to miss you. Yes, we'll miss you in the chamber, but we are not going to miss you in political activities, because we are linked and connected. Senators, it's our prayer, will continue to serve our party in different special assignments or ad hoc assignments, just like you have already started. And I want, on behalf of all our colleagues here, including those on the left, and I mean my left, our total point of order leader.
Mr. President, I rise to move a point of order 8, subsection 1, that we suspend this particular rule in order to extend the proceedings of the Senate beyond our normally appointed times. So I move that the Senate do continue its proceedings beyond the normal 2 o'clock that we have under our normal regulations. I so move.
Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that we suspend our order to enable us sit beyond 2 p.m., say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. As I was saying, that you are a repository of politics in this country. You have been a reliable and stable political character in the country. That's why from 1940s or 1950s, you are still around, and we are grateful to God to have people like you around, because the rest of us, those of us that are younger, still have a lot to learn in this career called politics. God Almighty, we pray, will see you through very successfully, very safely. And I want to once again assure you of our total support, unflinching commitment to this party and to our country. And we will be available at any time you want our service. Senator Abubakar Kyari, thank God, the combination, like one of our colleagues said, can never be better. We served in the House of Representatives in 1999, and we had one critical issue at that time. I will not give out the details, but we needed for the services to members of the House then, reliability, stability, transparency, and accountability. And the House had no option at that time but to set up a 12-man committee to discharge those responsibilities to all the members of the House, including the Speaker and the other principal officers. Senator Abubakar Kyari was the chairman of that 12-man committee. We call them 12 wise men. I will not say any more details about that, but the point and the message is this is a reliable person, a transparent person, a person that when he tells you something, you can take it to the bank, to use the language of the Deputy Senate President. Well, he did not come back to join us in 2003, and he had a sojourn in the Benue State government. But we never lost contact, and he remained available to all of us. This 2019, and this is another angle. In 2019, some of us will recall that we had a committee, I don't know whether it was 7 or 11, who were to arrange for offices and our seats. Yes. And of course, Senator Abubakar Kyari was the chairman of that committee. When we were trying to constitute the leadership of the committees, I called Senator Abubakar Kyari to my office. When he came, I asked him, Malabu, which committee do you want to serve as chairman? He said, any committee you want me to serve, and the body of principal officers. And he left. And I didn't tell him you are going to be chairman FCT committee. I didn't. He didn't ask. Even when I asked, he didn't say anything. And this is to show that the mindset is just the service, regardless of what that service channel would be. We are very proud of you. And the people of Borno State, His Excellency, the Governor, His Excellency, the Sungu Senator Kashim Shatima and others, I recall, before the convention, said they want Senator Abubakar Kyari to be the Deputy National Chairman, North, if it is on to us. And of course, those of us from Yobe State said, if we are given, because it's always a pairing, Borno and Yobe go together, just like Bauchi and Gombe, Taraba and Adama. We say if this is given to us, it's for Borno to take. And why should it be Senator Abubakar Kyari? Reliability. Of course, Senator Kashim Shettima told us more because he knows him much more closely. We wish you the best of tenure, and like we promised our elder here, the national chairman, will continue to be available to you anytime you need any member of the Senate, most especially the APC. And in fact, even if you want somebody from the PDP, we are prepared to give you to go and serve for a special function. Very soon, our chairman will have to be intervening on behalf of some of our colleagues on the left. Distinguished Senator Hassan Mohamed Gusau Nasiha Jarman Gusau was here with us first in 2007, the 6th Senate. And in fact, we were very close. Then, coming from Zamfara State, the expectation has always been that there is total commitment to everything a Zamfara person will tell you or will commit himself because of the orientation that these are loyal people. And our deputy governor of Zamfara State today proved that. And of course, we served together with Madam Kaura, Senator Sahabi Alhaji Ya'u, representing Zamfara North at that time. Senator Hassan remained a very reliable person. In the 2019 elections, of course, when they came in, they were a bit late because of what happened in Zamfara. But the kind of commitment he gave for our much celebrated unity in the Senate of today has proven that Zamfara has gotten someone as their deputy governor who will add value to governance. And our prayers will continue to be with you. By the grace of God, we were in Zamfara about a month ago to attend a function, and we saw how central you are. You are an ambassador of this chamber, and incidentally, the governor himself was with us in the House of Representatives in 2003 when he came into the House first, Mutawalli. So Zamfara is in the steady hands of the legislators from the National Assembly. May God Almighty continue to guide, protect all of us. In conclusion, our country has made tremendous progress, but our country still faces some challenges, especially in the area of security. It is our unity here that will make us overcome any challenge at all. And no challenge is insurmountable. We pray, but we also work hard, like we have been doing. And maybe we need to work harder. I want once again to thank Almighty God that so far our journey in the 9th Senate has been a story of successful legislative activities, and the contribution of the Senate and the House in this 9th National Assembly, in my view, is a stabilizer of governance in Nigeria today. And we thank God for that. And we promise Nigerians that we will continue to work for the betterment of our people and our country. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. With this session, the valedictory session is over, and we can excuse our national chairman and his deputy and our deputy governor to go back to their places of work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chief Whip. The Chief Whip. Nothing wrong. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleague, the second order of the day is a motion standing in my name on the recommittal of the following bills to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is a motion standing in my name on the recommittal of the following bills to the Committee of the Whole. They are: 1, Defense Research and Development Bureau Bill 2022, Federal Capital Territory Abuja Area Codes Bill 2022, and Federal College of Education Bill Niwa Jigawa State Establishment Bill 2022. Mr. President, with your permission, I wish to move the motion.
You may proceed, Leader.
Thank you. The Senate recalls that the following bills were passed by the Senate and House of Representatives and were transmitted to the Clerk of the National Assembly for onward transmission to the President, Commander-in-Chief for assent. The bills are: 1, Defense Research and Development Bureau Bill; 2, FCT Area Codes Bill; 3, Federal College of Education Bill Niwa Jigawa State Establishment Bill. Senate observes that some fundamental issues which require fresh legislative action by both chambers of the National Assembly emerged after a critical analysis of the bills by Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief. Senate is aware that a technical committee of the Senate and House of Representatives and Directorate of Legal Services met and worked on the bills. Relying on Order 1, subsection B and Order 52, subsection 6 of the Senate Stating Order 2022 as amended, accordingly resolved to rescind its decision on the bills as passed and recommit the same to the Committee of the Whole for reconsideration and passage. I so submit.
I need someone to minority.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Any comments? If no comments, leader, Committee of the Whole.
Mr. President, I rise to move that this Senate resolves in the Committee of the Whole to consider the three bills.
Minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate resolves into Committee of the Whole to consider the report, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. We start with Defense Research and Development Bureau report. Those in favor that clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, cessation of office, and 10 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those who are clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those who are clause 21 on page 10, clause 21, clause 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those who are clauses 31 and 32 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those in favor of interpretation on page 12 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those in favor of the short title stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those in favor of the schedule stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those in favor of the explanatory memorandum stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. Those in favor of the long title stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, any, the ayes have it. The second report, Federal Capital Territory, Abuja Area Courts Bill. Wow, it's very hot. It's very, very hot. Somebody might have switched off the... Those in favor of clause 1, clause 2 to 10 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor of clause 11 to 20, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor of clause 21 to 30, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at clause 31 to 40, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at clause 41 to 50, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at clause 51 and 52, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the interpretation on page 18, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the repeal on page 19, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the short title, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the explanatory memorandum on page 19, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the long title on page 1, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The last report, the third one, Federal College of Education, Benue. Those who are at clause 1 to 10, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at clause 11 to 20, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at clause 21, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the interpretation, stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the short title on page 10, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the schedule, those who are at the short title, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the schedule on page 10, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor of the explanatory memorandum, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those who are at the long title on page 1, stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, I rise to move a motion for the Senate to resume plenary for the chart report progress. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Those in favor of the Senate reverse to plenary for the chart report progress, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole considered the Defense Research and Development Bureau Bill 2022 and approved as follows. Long title as recommended, clause 1 to 32 as recommended, interpretation as recommended, short title as recommended, schedule as recommended, explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole considered the Federal Capital Territory Abuja Area Cost Bill 2022 and approved as follows. Long title as recommended, clause 1 to 51 as recommended, interpretation as recommended, repeal clause as recommended, short title as recommended, explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole also considered the Federal College of Education Benue Establishment Bill 2022 and approved as follows. Long title as recommended, clause 1 to 21 as recommended, interpretation as recommended, short title as recommended, schedule as recommended, explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, I rise to move that these three bills be read the third time.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that all the three bills be now read the third time, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Defense Research and Development Bureau and for related matters. Third reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Federal Capital Territory Abuja Area Courts and enact the Federal Capital Territory Abuja Area Courts Act to, among other things, expand the jurisdiction of the area courts to entertain both civil and criminal and for related matters. Third reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Education building Jigawa State to provide full-time courses, teaching, instruction, and training in technology, applied science, arts, social sciences, humanities, and management, and for related matters. Third reading.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Defense Research and Development Bureau and for related matters 2022, third reading taken, and the bill is passed. Also, a bill for an act to repeal the Federal Capital Territory Abuja Area Courts and enact the Federal Capital Territory Abuja Area Courts Act to, among other things, expand the jurisdiction of the area courts to entertain both civil and criminal and for related matters 2022, third reading taken, and this bill is also passed. And thirdly, a bill for an act to establish Federal College of Education, Benue, Jigawa State, to provide full-time courses, teaching, instruction, and training in technology, applied science, arts, social sciences, humanities, and management, and for related matters 2022, third reading taken, and this bill is also passed. Congratulations, Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third order of the day is the second reading of the executive bill standing in my name on the revision of the 2022 to 2024 medium-term expenditure framework and the 2022 Appropriation Act Amendment Bill 2022. Distinguished senators will recall that the request for the amendment came from Mr. President Commander-in-Chief, which was read yesterday, Tuesday, 12 March 2022. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to read the bill and the amendment.
Leader, you may proceed.
I stand before you to lead the debate on the 2022 to 2024 medium-term expenditure framework and the 2022 Appropriation Act Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. President, my highly respected and esteemed colleagues, permit me to lead the debate on this very important communication on which is intended to amend the medium-term expenditure framework and also lead subsequently to the amendment of the 2022 Appropriation Act to reflect adjustment to the fiscal policy framework to ensure its successful implementation. The bill was read the first time in this chamber on Tuesday, 12 April 2022. This amendment has become necessary considering the impact of the new developments both in the global economy as well as in the domestic economy, which have necessitated the revision of the 2022 fiscal framework on which the 2022 budget was based. These developments include spikes in the market price of crude oil, aggravated by Russia-Ukraine war, significantly lower oil production volume due to principally to production shut-ins as a result of massive theft of crude oil between the production platforms and the terminals. The decision to suspend the removal of petroleum motor spirit subsidy at a time when high crude oil prices have elevated the subsidy cost has significantly eroded government revenue. There is also the need to make adequate provisions for the recent enhancements of allowances for officers and men of the Nigerian police force to boost their morale as they grapple with heightened insecurity challenges in the country. Following these developments, it has become necessary to adjust the fiscal framework and accordingly amend the 2022 Appropriation Act to ensure its successful implementation. The adjustments to the 2022 fiscal framework which necessitated the amendment include: 1, increase in the oil price benchmark by $11 per barrel from $62 per barrel to $73 per barrel. 2, a reduction in the projected oil production volume by 283,000 barrels per day from 1.8883 million barrels per day to 1.6 million barrels per day. 3, an increase in the estimated provision for PMS subsidy for 2022 by 3.557 trillion from 442.72 billion to 4 trillion. A cut in the provision of federally funded upstream projects being implemented by 200 billion naira from 352 billion naira to 152.80 billion naira. An increase in the projection of federal government independent revenue by 400 million. And 6, an additional provision of 182.45 billion to cater for the needs of the Nigerian police force. Mr. President, my highly esteemed colleagues, based on above adjustments, the Federation account that the main pool revenue of the Federation account revenue for the 3 tiers of government is projected to decline by 2.418 trillion. While the federal government of Nigeria's share from the account, that is net of transfer of federal capital territory and other statutory deductions, is projected to reduce by 1.173 trillion naira. However, the amount available to fund the federal government budget is projected to decline by 772.91 billion due to the increase in the projection for independent revenue operating capital remittance by 400 billion. Aggregate expenditure is projected to increase by 192.52 billion due to increase in personnel costs by 161.4 billion and other service-wide costs by 21.05 billion, both for the Nigerian police force. Additional domestic debt service provision of 76.13 billion and net service reduction in statutory transfers by 66.07 billion as follows. NDDC will be reduced by 13.46 billion. NEDC by 6.30 billion. UBEC by 23.16 billion. Basic Health Care Fund by 11.58 billion. And Neseni by 11.58 billion. The total budget deficit is projected to increase by 965.42 billion to 7.35 trillion, representing 3.99% of GDP. The incremental deficit will be financed by new borrowings from the domestic market. The full details of the revised fiscal framework will be presented by the Chairman of the Committee on Finance in a report to be tabled for the consideration of this Senate. Mr. President, my highly respected and esteemed colleagues, given the urgency of the amendments, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill for second reading and pass it to the Committees on Finance and Appropriation for further legislative action. I so submit.
Yes, distinguished Senator Ahmed Babakaita.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is that your seat?
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Senator Ahmed Babakaita, representing Katsina North. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the leader. I so second.
Senator Adiola Solomon Olamileko, Lagos West.
For now. Mr. President, very distinguished colleague, Adiola Solomon Olamileko, I want to stand to support the position of the leader of the Senate on the lead debate on the document forwarded to the Senate by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, all amendments being sought for by the executive was as a result of the current realities that are currently before us as a nation. And part of why this amendment has been sought for is because of the issue of the subsidy. The subsidy is going at a very high speed in terms of value. And the provision in the current budget stood at 442 billion. And there is need for us to revisit this provision. And in doing that, we need to bring up the provision for the subsidy as contained in the current budget to show the realities that is currently before us as it affects the production of crude oil per day. In the budget that was passed by the National Assembly, the production is at 1.883 barrels per day. But now, the executive have proposed a reduction of about 230 to 280 barrels per day, that is giving us about 1.6 billion barrels per day. And it is believed that as the year goes forward, once there are improvements in the security situation, in the oil theft in the Niger Delta, the production target might come up to the 1.883 million barrels per day as passed by the National Assembly. But as it currently stands, the only reality that is before us is for us to reduce this production per day and also increase the benchmark as proposed by the executive and also the independent revenue by 400 billion. All these are more the amendment being sought by the executive, which I believe is within the purview of the National Assembly to look into and pass, so that we can have an MTF that takes care of all the provision and amendment being proposed by the executive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Those who vote that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. Those against saying it, as Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the 2022 Appropriation Act and for other related matters, 2022, second reading.
A bill for an act to amend the 2022 Appropriation Act and for other related matters, 2022, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Joint Committee on Appropriation and Finance, with Appropriation as the lead committee, to report back tomorrow, the 14th day of April 2022. Distinguished colleagues, tomorrow will be our last day. We adjourn tomorrow for the Easter break, and tomorrow the Committee on Appropriations will bring the report so that we'll consider the report and then we close. So it's very important that the committee works overnight to produce the copies of the budget reflecting those things that the executive had asked, and then we work on it tomorrow morning, and then we close. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth and fifth orders of the day, second reading of the Federal University of Health Sciences Azare Bauchi State Establishment Bill 2022, and the second reading of Federal College of Education Jama'ari Bauchi State Establishment Bill 2022. Both these bills were presented on Tuesday in this chamber on Tuesday, yesterday, 12th April 2022. Mr. President, you may please invite the distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin to move the motion for the two bills to be read the second time.
Distinguished Senator Barrow Jibrin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Senator Barrow Jibrin, I represent the North. Mr. President, I start to move that this August Senate do consider these two bills.
I think you'll give us a summary of this, your report, yes.
Do consider these two bills as stated by the leader. I so move, Mr. President.
You go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. These two bills are a bill for the establishment of Federal College of Education, Jama'ari, Bauchi State, and that of the establishment of Federal University of Health Sciences, Azare, Bauchi State. Mr. President, I want to inform this August Senate that this institution has already been established. What these two bills want to do is to give legal backing for their establishment. So the executive arm of government has established these two institutions. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, permit me to lead the debate of this very important bill for the establishment of National University of Health Science Azare, Bauchi State. The bill was read for the first time in this hallowed chamber on Tuesday, 12th day of April 2022.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill seeks to establish the Federal University of Health Sciences and make comprehensive provisions for its due management and administration. The establishment of this institution is informed by the imperative to create more access to higher health and medical studies in view of the large number of qualified candidates who are annually stranded in their failed attempt in gaining admission into higher institutions in the state and indeed the entire country. The object of the university shall be, 1, to encourage the advancement of learning and to hold out to all persons without distinction of race, creed, sense, or political conviction the opportunity of acquiring a higher education in health sciences. 2, to develop and offer academic and professional programs leading to the award of diplomas, first degrees, postgraduate research, and higher degrees with emphasis on planning, adaptive, technical, maintenance, developmental, and productive skills in the field of medicine, biomedical engineering, scientific and allied professional disciplines relating to health resources with the aim of producing socially mature persons with capacity not only to understand, use, and adapt existing technologies in the health industry, but also to improve on these disciplines and develop new ones, and to contribute to the scientific transformation of medical and other health practices in Nigeria. And other reasons are stated in the lead debate before you, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, let me summarize by saying that the health sector has a very high potentials and requires high-level medical, scientific, and administrative skills to drive it. The establishment of the university will go a long way into achieving these targets. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it may interest you to know, colleagues, let me also stress the fact that the location of the university site as an ancient and historic city. What this means, Mr. President, is that the place has a clear crying need for federal government presence.
Senator Abaro, we have these documents. So instead of reading everything in those documents, just give us the summary. This place is very, very hot for everyone.
Sir, I'm done with this. I'm done with the first one. Now the second one, sir. The second one, sir, is to, as I said earlier, is to give the legal backing for the establishment of College of Education in Jamaica, Bauchi State. It has already been established. Now, Mr. President, my highly respected colleagues, the object of the college, among others, includes A, to encourage the advancement of learning to all persons without distinction of creed, race, sex, or political convention, among others, as contained in the lead debate before you. Mr. President, the enactment of this bill will help not only in transforming the decayed educational infrastructure in Nigeria. Therefore, distinguished colleagues, it is my prayer and ardent call on you to consider the plight of the people who are desirous to becoming professional teachers. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, let me also stress the fact that the location of the college site, Jama'ari, an ancient and historic city in Bauchi State, is instructive. What also this means is that the place has a clear need for federal government presence, and the college will be one way to restoring and strengthening the citizens' sense of belonging to this country. Mr. President, I so submit.
I need anyone? Okay, distinguished Senator Ayo Akinlure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name remains Senator Ayo Akinlure. I rise to second the motion moved by my distinguished colleague Senator Barrow Dubre for the establishment of the two tertiary institutions in the locations so mentioned in Kano North, Central District of the state. I so second, Mr. President, that this bill be read the second time. Thank you. Bauchi State, okay.
I so second.
Those who that these two bills be read the second time, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Health Sciences, Azare, Bauchi State, and for matters connected therewith, 2022, second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal College of Education, Jamare, Bauchi State, and for matters connected therewith, 2022, second reading.
A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal University of Health Sciences, Azare, Bauchi State, and for matters connected there with 2022, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Committee on Health to report back within 4 weeks. A bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Federal College of Education, Jama'are, Bauchi State, and for matters connected there with 2022, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Committee on Tertiary Institutions and TED Fund to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate. Leader of the Senate.
About Establishment Bill 2022. The two senators will recall that the first time in this chamber it was read on Tuesday, 8 February 2022. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the single Senator George Sekebo to move the motion for the bill to be read the second time.
Distinguished Senator George Thompson Sekebo Rivers.
Yes, sir. Mr. Senior President, my distinguished colleagues, I'm Senator George Thompson Sekebo. I represent the Rivers East Central District. Mr. President, thank you for inviting me to take the lead debate of a bill for an act to repeal the Immigration and Prison Services Board Act and enact the Internal Affairs Services Board Act and for related matters 2022. Mr. President, this bill was taken for the first time on Tuesday, 8th day of February 2022. The bill seeks to repeal the Immigration and Prison Services Board Act and enact the Internal Affairs Services Board Act. I will not read, I will just give a background. Mr. President, when the Immigration and Prison Services Board Act was enacted by the National Assembly, it was to administer on these two agencies. But with the growth of time, two other agencies have been placed under it: the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps and the Nigerian Fire Services. This is coupled with the change of the name of the Nigerian Correctional Services, the Nigerian Prison Services to Nigerian Correctional Services, and an act has also set up that one. There is a need to harmonize all the four agencies into one act so that the board will now administer them. So the bill actually intends to achieve, if the bill is established, the bill seeks to establish the Internal Affairs Services Board, which shall be responsible for the administration of the Immigration, the Nigerian Correctional Services Act, the Nigerian Civil Defense Act, and the Nigerian Fire Services Act, bringing all of them together. The board shall have power to make recommendation to the President for the appointment of the heads of affected services, subject to the confirmation of the Senate, which is directly in sync with the current thinking of the legislature as reflected in the enactment of the Nigerian Correctional Services Act. The board so sought to be established also have powers to administer and establish control over members of the affected services as originally intended by the legislature. Mr. President, I think it's a straightforward bill, and I will therefore need my colleagues to support it for the second reading.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill sought is direct, is straightforward, and is to the point. So I do not think, Mr. President, that we need to belabor it rather than say that we should put the question so that the second reading can be done. I so submit.
Thank you. Those in favor that this will be now read a second time, say aye. Those against any, there is a clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Immigration and Prison Services Board Act and enact the Internal Affairs Services Board Act and for related matters, 2022, second reading.
A bill for an act to repeal the Immigration and Prison Services Board Act and enact the Internal Affairs Services Board Act and for related matters, 2022, second reading taken, and the bill is referred to the Senate Committee on Interior for further legislative action to report back within 4 weeks. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the seventh order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Finance on the revised 2022 fiscal framework. Mr. President, there have been some issues that have arisen today for which we would want this particular, there are some corrections that are to be made to the fiscal framework. So already a report has been written, but the report would not be wholesome, if it's presented today without those corrections. So the chair of the committee has come to me to step down the consideration of this report until after the corrections are effected today for representation tomorrow. With this, I move that we stand down the consideration of this particular item on our order paper to tomorrow, Thursday, 14th of April 2022.
Okay, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the eighth order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Customs, Excise, Tariffs on the 2022 budget of the Nigerian Customs Service. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Francis Ali McKenna to move the motion for the Senate to receive and consider the report.
Distinguished Senator Ali McKenna, Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Francis Ali McKenna, representing the good people of Edo North. Mr. President, I rise to move that the Senate will receive and consider the report of the Committee on Customs and Excise and Tariff on the 2022 budget of the Nigeria Customs Service. I so move.
I need a seconder. Senator Leko Mustafa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Leko Mustafa of the East. I rise to second the motion that the Senate do consider the budget proposal of the Nigerian Customs Services as moved by Senator Francis Ali McKenna. I so second, please.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Customs, Excise and Tariffs on the 2022 budget and of the Nigerian Customs Service say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Chairman, you may lead the report, please. You may present the report.
Mr. President, on Tuesday, 8 February 2022, the committee received the budget proposal of the Nigeria Customs Service for further legislative action. 3, the committee organized and conducted one-day defense session on Wednesday, 2nd March 2022
During the budget, the first session and Controller General of Nigeria Customs Service and Management Team presentation on also made clarification area for committee sought for further information. Yes. Mr. President, because most of these committee are with our members already, we go to 4. That is budget performance January to December 2021. The above revenue board target for 2021 stood at 1.679 trillion. The service collected a total revenue of 1.716 trillion for the period of January to December 2021, representing an increase of 3.7 billion of 2.2% against 2020. The service also collected the sum of 525.006 billion as VAT on import, bringing the total collection to 2.241 trillion for 2021. This is an increase of 1.743 billion or 33.22% when compared with the collection of 350.63 billion in 2020. Fiscal year. The revenue target for Nigeria Customs Service in 2022 financial year is given at 3 trillion and 19 billion with the following framework. It's on page 2. You have the Federation account, the import duty, the SI duty, fees and penalties. The figures are there. Then the total for Federation account, CIT levy, the figures are there. You can check it. Wheat flours, wheat grain, 100% rye levy, 100% cigarette levy, subtotal is there. Non-Federation account we are on page 2 of the report. Then you have 7% surcharge, 5% sugar levy, 1% CIS, 0.05% ETLS, 10% iron and steel levy, cement levy, NES levy, 35% automatic levy is there. Total is 225, 253, 291, 048, 970 is also there. VAT. We now go to, because of time, Mr. President, I want to go to the summary. Go to recommendation on page 4. Mr. President, yes, we are on recommendation on page 4. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the committee hereby recommends as follows, that the revenue collection of 3 trillion 19 billion 133 million 200,000 and 308 naira only, and that the expenditure of 369.04 billion be approved for 2022 financial year for custom and exercise. Conclusion. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of members of the committee, I thank the leadership and distinguished colleagues for the opportunity given to us to serve in this capacity. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any comments? Otherwise, we'll go to the recommendations. Recommendation 1, recommendation A, that the revenue collection of 3 trillion 19 billion 133 million 200,318 naira only, and B, on page 5, that the expenditure of 369.04 billion naira be approved for 2022 financial year. Those in favor of this recommendation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the ninth order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream on the screening of the following persons as listed on the order paper for appointment as Executive Commissioners of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. They are as follows. Number 1, Dr. Nuh Shaibu, Northwest, Kano State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Development and Production. Number 2, Dr. Kelechi Onyekachi Ofegu, Southeast, Imo State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning. Number 3, Captain Tolaha Roland John, South-South, Delta State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community. Number 4, Mr. Jide Adiola, North Central, Kogi State, Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the single senator will recall that the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief will refer to the committee on Wednesday, 30th March, 2022. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the single senator Albert Basi Akpan, chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of the report. Oh, so in his place he has mandated Senator Ayo Akinlore.
Okay, distinguished Senator Patrick Ayo Akinlore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name remains Senator Ayo Akinlore. Mr. President, I rise to move the motion that the report of Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream on confirmation appointment as Executive Commissioners for Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream on the confirmation of the following person for appointment as Executive Commissioners for Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission. 1, Dr. Nuh Habib, Northwest, Kano State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Development and Production. 2, Dr. Kelechi Onyekachi Ofogo, Southeast, Imo State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulation and Strategic Planning. 3, Captain Tolaha Roland John, South-South, Delta State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community. And number 4, Mr. Jide Adeola, North Central, Kogi State, Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration. I so move, Mr. President.
Any comments? Leader will go to the committee of the whole. Please lay the report. Chairman, this your report is bulky and this room is very hot. So please give us a summary of it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate, at its plenary sitting on Wednesday, 30th March 2022, considered the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federation, on the confirmation of nomination of Dr. Nuh Habib, Dr. Kelechi Onyekachi Ofegu, Captain Tolanga Roland John, and Mr. Jide Adeola for appointment as member, Executive Commissioner, Development and Production, Member, Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulation and Strategy Planning, Member, Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community, Member, Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration, respectively, of the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, and refer same to the committee for further legislative action. Mr. President, after following the due procedure for screening of all the executive commissioners, the committee came out with the following recommendations and findings. Recommendation and findings on page 5.0. The committee, after screening exercise, deliberated on the suitability of the nominees for appointment as members to executive commissioners of the Nigeria Upstream Regulatory Commission, and hereby make the following observation. 1, that the appointment of the nominees satisfy the requirements of Section 11 and 18, Subsection 1 to 5 of the Petroleum Industrial Act 2021. 2, that the nominees possess the requisite qualification, leadership, qualities, and comportment to discharge the statutory duties and functions of the various offices of members of executive commissioners of the commission. 3, that there are no adverse reports against the nominees as record checks and other forms of investigation by the security agency did not reveal any negative trace against them. 4, that there is no petition against the nominations of any of the nominees. 5, that the committee is satisfied about their qualification, experience, suitability, competence, and integrity to assume the position of member, so executive commissioners of Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission. And 6, that the nominees are fit and proper person for appointment. Committee recommendation. The Senate Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream here having screened and scrutinized the CV and other accompanying documents of the nominees recommend as follows. That the Senate do approve the confirmation of 1, Dr. Nuhu Habib, Kano State, representing Northwest Zone, as member, so Executive Commissioner Development and Production. 2, Dr. Kelechi Onyekashi, Ofoibo, Imo State, representing Southeast Zone, as member, so Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulation and Strategic Planning. 3, Captain Tolanga Roland John, Delta State, representing South-South Zone, as member, so Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community. And finally, number 4, Mr. Jide Adeola, Kogi State, representing North Central Zone, as member, so Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Conclusion, the committee recommends that the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria do approve its recommendation accordingly. The Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream wish to express our sincere appreciation to the President of the Senate, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ahmad Lawal, the leadership of the Senate, and the distinguished senators for giving us the opportunity to be of service at this time of our national history. I so move, Mr. President, for consideration.
Leader Committee of the Whole.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I rise to move the motion that this Senate resolves in the Committee of the Whole to consider this report. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Approval. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Nuhu Habib, representing Northwest Kano State, as Executive Commissioner, Development and Production of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Kelechi Onyekachi of Egbu, representing Southeast Imo State, as Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Captain Tonlaga Roland John, representing South-South Delta State, as Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Jide Adeola, representing North Central, Kogi State, as Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, I rise to move that the Senate resumes plenary to enable the chair to report progress. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary for the chair to report progress say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate and the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as Executive Commissioners for Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and approve the nominations of Dr. Nuh Habib, Northwest Kano State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Development and Production, Dr. Kelechi Onyekachi of Egbu, Southeast Imo State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning. Captain Tolaga Roland John, South Delta State, Member, Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community. And Mr. Jide Adiola, North Central, Kogi State Member, Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Dr. Nuh Habib, representing Northwest Kano State, as Executive Commissioner, Development and Production of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Dr. Nuh Habib, representing Northwest Kano State, is hereby confirmed as Executive Commissioner, Development and Production of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Congratulations to him. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Dr. Kelechi Onyekachi of Egbu, representing Southeast Imo State, as Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Dr. Kelechi of Egbu, representing Southeast Imo State, is hereby confirmed as Executive Commissioner, Economic Regulations and Strategic Planning of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Captain Tonglaga Roland John, representing South Delta State, as Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Captain Tolaga Roland John, representing South Delta State, is hereby confirmed as Executive Commissioner, Health, Safety, Environment and Community of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Jide Adiola, representing North Central Kogi State, as Executive Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Jide Adiola, representing North Central Kogi State, is hereby confirmed as Commissioner, Corporate Services and Administration of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Thank you very much. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues have come to this stage, and the next order of the day, the papers are not here. I will therefore rise to move a motion that we suspend the consideration or step down the consideration of all the other items on our legislative order paper, the agenda today, until another legislative day. So,
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I have few announcements. This is from the Chairman Committee on Appropriations announcement. The Senate Committee on Appropriations will meet today, Wednesday, 13th April 2022 by 2 p.m. Now it's 3 at Senate Meeting Room 224, Senate Building. Signed, Senator Barrow I. Jibrin, Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, Before the adjournment, let me once again remind us that tomorrow, the 14th day of April 2022, the Committee on Appropriations will present the report on the 2022 Appropriation Act Amendment Bill for consideration by the Senate in plenary. And also today, after the plenary session, the Senate will go on Easter break, and therefore it's very important that we start in good time so that we're able to finish the consideration of the Appropriation Act Amendment in good time to enable our colleagues who may wish to travel tomorrow early enough to travel. With this, the Senate is adjourned till tomorrow, the 14th day of April 2022 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you.